Welcome, guys. Alright, I think it's clamped on right. Alright. Just finished the first seminar at the new place. It went pretty well. Got my phone charged a little bit, see who shows up. And then I'm gonna play some guitar. It'd be cool, fun. I was not planning on actually streaming today, but I figured why not? It gives me a reason to drink. Right. Oh, man. Oh, boy. It's Mr. Rogers' neighborhood here, with metal and cool. You know what I'm gonna do? Just to be cool with take my whistle glass. Because I love the studio. I'm gonna change my socks so I can be like Mr. Rogers. It's such a bad feeling, a terrible feeling. A feeling you know that your back hurts and your legs are sore. And you don't want to deal with these whores no more. Let's have a drink because we have a lot to talk about. And I say, oh, fuck you. Oh, God. It was a good class. Everything worked out pretty well today. I'm very, very happy with it. So today's class, first seminar. They used to call it workshops. So I'm like, it's not a workshop, it's a seminar. Like, you know, my autism kicks in and I have to take things literally. It kind of bothers me. But oh man, I am sore. I am super sore. And I pay me, bitch. Just come in here giving me orders. Besides, I'm Puerto Rican. We don't need, oil up. We don't ever take showers. You know that. Aren't you racist? You should know better. Oil up. This fucking zipperhead telling the Puerto Rican spick to fucking oil up. That's racist. He just said, I'm nigga myself. So look at the syntax grammar of that. You just made the word nigga into a verb. So how are you nigger-ing yourself? What does that mean? What does that even mean? I don't even understand what that means, bro. Is it the past participle of the noun, the adjective, verb, in the upside down world? Like, what is that? I dropped out of my college English course because I was a music major. So. Bro, write your card credentials. I'ma donate you on Good English Book. Bro, I don't know what kind of meth addict, ebonics, like wigabonics you're on, but you're definitely English as a second language. Oh my God, what does that even mean, bro? I'm way too sober to read this. I only drink Evan Williams. Evan Williams, that's my boy. I don't drink any other whiskey. I don't really drink anything else, to be honest. Like I like when I was the band, they used to drink only vodka. I drank only vodka for years. Oh, you know Evan Williams. Evan Williams is by far the best, and I can tell you this because I used to run parties and clubs out in New York, and when I used to do my private parties. One of my students was a cop. All this cop was drinking this, and he told me like, "Oh, you stocked your bar." And I'm like, what are you talking about? So like one day before I went to stock for a party, I just got every single bottle. I mean, literally every bottle of whiskey in the liquor store, like Johnny Walker Blue, Black, this. I got every single one. I mean, literally every one. And we did a taste test, and I hate whiskey. Like regular whiskey, like, yeah, it's all right, but like bourbon, like that's, what's that? Regular, but Evan Williams is the shit. And then you hear the backstory. It was Jack Daniels and Johnny Walker. The guy owned the company and sold one of the, he was either Johnny Walker or Jack Daniels, I don't know which one. But he sold the company and then he got pissed off. So he went into competition with them and made a recipe that was better and cheaper to compete with them. And it's good. It's fucking good. And it's like $5 cheaper or something. New Amsterdam's okay. As long as you don't drink Georgie. Georgie's like ghetto, that's what we used to like shave our faces. But Tito's is the way to go when you talk about vodka. Unless you're getting some artisan shit that's locally made. Tito's and then Absolute. That's like my tier list of vodkas. Tito's and Absolute. Absolute's pretty good. You haven't tried Tito's? Dude! Oh my God. Absolute's good, but it's better when you drink it cold. Tito's is just good. Tito's is just good vodka. Like, guys. Come on, man. You can't go on like this. We can't have you go on like this, brother. Tito's is the shit. I think it's the same price too. I don't think it's like any more expensive. But Tito's is where it's at. Yeah, it's definitely like, I mean, again, people who know me, like, I used to run parties, I used to like work, I couldn't really drink at the jobs, Like, I would never have more than one drink outside. Even to this day, I go out anywhere, I'll never have more than one drink. It's at first some paranoia from working in these fucking clubs so many years. But two, I just like, it's habit. I can't be, I don't like to be drinking outside, which is why the only time I drink is when I'm home and I do a stream or about to go to sleep. But I do know a lot about what, like, who likes what liquor and, what tastes good. Tito's is definitely like, Absolute Tito's. So it's like, yeah. And it makes you sound bougie because before nobody knew what Tito's was. You're like, oh, Tito's. And now it's like Tito's like the fancy vodka, But yeah, I definitely recommend it. Because my whole thing was I only drink clear liquors. Right. I just think it's like, it's loser shit to go out to drink. Like, you drink when you're home and you're safe and you can relax. I don't want to be outside fucking drunk and like, that's stupid. I mean, I never get drunk like that, but You know, like even when I'm drinking on the stream, you'll notice I only pour like a quarter shot, and then I'll sip that shot, and I'll pour like 10 of these, but I've only had 2 shots the whole night. Really? People don't do that anymore? I mean, I haven't been, you know, I stopped working the parties since 2019, so I don't know what people do anymore. But I mean, I worked the club scene for 20 fucking years. Like, Jesus Christ. I mean, I worked the club scene in New York, so you know what I mean. Champion boy! What's up, man? Yeah, but it's just, you never want to be outside drinking. You'd be like, yeah, you have a beer, you know, you have a shot, you hang out, you sip something. That's okay, you know, but what I used to do when I was working the parties, promoting, I mean, you know, doing pickup and stuff, I'd have one beer for like fucking 4 hours. I just hold it as a prop. I don't think people have wised up. I think people got poor. And I think the prices of fucking drinks and everything got too high. Like I said this 15 years ago when they started doing the bottle service hit its peak and it fucked up the scene. And then you have like these segments and it just divided the club scene in a way that made it not fun. And then it becomes more and more expensive and then the people who are running this shit, it's kind of like Democrats running the country. They're like these elitist assholes who have no idea what real people want, you know? Oh yeah, if you're bartender, you know what I'm talking about. But you definitely can't be drunk in a bar, boy. Working a bar drunk does not go well. Especially when you're moving that fast. Fuck, man. If it's a crowded bar. I mean, I would bartend if I had to. You know? Yeah, you have to just have, like, you know, something. But yeah, I guess this idea of being out and that's the whole scene drinking is just, you know, doesn't make any sense to me. But you want just something? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can't take any medication, so for me, it's like my painkiller and my sleep medication. So I don't take anything. So if like, you know, I break something, I'm gonna have a fucking toenail of a crack, fucking tooth, my back hurts, everything's fucked up. So for me, it's like it's either ibuprofen or whiskey, and I prefer the whiskey than to like burn a hole in my fucking intestines. Seriously, like, you know, $10, $20 for a fucking drink is stupid. It's just dumb. The whole fucking thing is dumb. That's the reason why I drink at night. So I can go to sleep. You know? Like, that's like my bedtime routine if I have, you know, when I do have, you know, like, because I go through like a whole I'll go like a whole bunch of months I don't drink at all, and then I'll get like a while I'll drink, you know, before I go to bed every night until the bottle's finished. And that's when I go like a you know, then like, oh, I'll do this for like a month, and then I'm like, all right, I'm done, and I don't drink for a while, and then I have to, you know, more bedtime drinks. But this ripping my toenail off, breaking a tooth, moving, pulling every muscle, driving my bike off of a fucking like an Evel Knievel. Oh my god, I went through some shit last month, man. Yeah, that's what I do. As I have one shot before bed. Sometimes two, it depends how much pain I'm in. Yeah, I don't get hangovers, but I don't drink to get drunk. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to ever be too drunk that if I really had to go somewhere in an emergency, I couldn't do it. You know what I mean? I don't want to have a fucking, you know, not that I ever, you know, suggest drinking and driving, but I don't, you know, it's like I've never drink more than I could, if I had to like run to a hospital, I can do it. You know what I mean? What's up, buddy? So today I did the first seminar at taichiunited.com. It was pretty epic. And dude, I try to tell people, like, so many times I've been in accidents that I wasn't the driver, I was just in a car, I got my body got fucked. I still have injuries from that. I live in New York, I got hit by 2 taxis. Standing still, bam! And not a scratch on me. I literally drove my fucking bike off of a 6-foot ramp, and this whoop, not a scratch. And then I ripped my toenail fucking moving a cooler. Yo, the seminar was awesome, actually. It went really, really well. I did realize that my stream camera had some fucking auto focus on it, so it was kind of like, you know, focusing it out once in a while. But aside from that, it was pretty smooth. We did, you know, it was a good class. You know, everybody that's been coming to the workshops, most of the people returned. It was a short notice thing, so, you know, it came out pretty well. And it's the first test. Seriously, man. Seriously. You know, I know God's on my side. But I also think, like, you know, statistically, most motorcycle accidents are not fatal. And you compare the injuries from motorcycle accidents to cars. Cars are worse. So, it's the people who get fucked up in motorcycle accidents are the ones doing really stupid shit. Most of the time. Hey, oh, hey, pretty, you again. I know you remember men. I remember humans. I remember you guys. Jose, ¿qué estás haciendo? Free sparring, no, because the Tai Chi world doesn't care about real fighting. You know what I mean? Like, if anybody, I used to go and be hired by the schools to do like sparring stuff, but I'm getting old. No one cares. You know, and like most people do Tai Chi, just want to be healthy and be able to do push hands. So we do free pushing, like, you know, push hands. But, you know, sparring, I mean, nobody cares for that anymore. Yeah, my boy Evan's my boy, man. But, I mean, to me, I would do it, but, you know, we have actually, we have a majority of women, believe it or not. We have a really high volume of women in this class. The guys are good, but like, everyone wants to do push hands. Like, they want to do push hands for health and push hands for sport. Nobody really cares about fighting. Like, you know, like most people do Tai Chi for health and just to like be able to move well. You know. But the thing that I always incorporate, even the people that don't want to fight, I teach them the application, just so they know what it's supposed to do, so that when they do the form, at least they have the right thing. Whether they want to become, you know, whatever level they want to go to, up to them. And again, but this is the beginning. For, you know, so who knows what's going to happen a year from now? You know what I mean? I was planning on retiring completely. I wasn't expecting to do this. So, I really don't have a plan. Oh, yeah, but I always do that. It's just to call them up. You know? Like, I gave fucking people 200 videos, like 500 hours of free lessons that they stole, and the entire community stole my shit and shit on me for it. But at the end of the day, I still win. You know? Like, people can talk all the shit they want, but they only talk the shit because I'm the best. I'm the best. You know? No, but, you know, it's like, it doesn't hurt when you know, you do the right thing. You know, the universe pays you back in the end. Used to train with Brandon Lee. It's so fucking funny you said it, because today, it was like this morning, I saw a clip of The Crow. Like yesterday, it was yesterday, and then today it was a Brandon Lee interview, talking about how life passes you by. And I haven't heard anybody say anything about Brandon Lee in ages. 1980. Jesus. Isn't it crazy that all of us, except these retards that come with the fake accounts, were all like born and like lived in the 1900s? Like, we're from the 1900s. Brandon Lee is Bruce Lee's son. He starred in a couple of movies, and he died during The Crow. How the fuck do you know Brandon Lee? Some random shit. Mike Tyson said, everyone has a plan to get punched in the face. And I use that quote all the time. Everybody got a plan, so you got punched in the fucking mouth. That's what I was saying, it's been that long. Brandon Lee was cool. He did a couple of really good movies. I just, because I'm a technical purist, I don't like the way Bruce Lee and those styles look in the movies. Like, because like, first of all, when you do things in the movies, you have to change techniques so it comes across in the camera. And then you have like that Chinese opera look. It just looks it looks just too bullshit to me. Mike Tyson from my hood, you can't not be a tough guy if you're from that hood. It was a different world over there. Like Mike Tyson was our spirit animal. He was our mascot. Like, my first memories as a kid, like, the only thing I really remember, like, with my father and my grandfather getting together, was to talk about Mike Tyson and show me how to box. Like, that was like, oh yeah, well, Brandon Lee was the 90s, right? He died in the 90s, or was it early 2000s? I don't remember, it was a while ago. I mean, he died before The Matrix came out, right? Or was it around the same time The Matrix came out? It was probably the late 90s, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it had to be like the late 90s. Yeah, he got fucking shot. The same thing that fucking Alex, what the fuck's his name? The fucking actor guy, Alex, what the fuck's his name? He shot somebody on the set recently with the wrong ammo. That's the same thing that, what the fuck's this guy's? Alex Baldwin, right? Or Alan Baldwin. Alan Baldwin? Alex Baldwin? The fucking No. The fucking Baldwin guy. He just shot, he just shot Alec Baldwin. Alec. Yeah. Same exact fucking thing, but he was the one that shot the person. Yeah, real weird. Some fucking weird shit, right? It's not because the prop gun's a real gun. It's just that they use different ammo. And the person who's like, the weapons master guy that runs the set, they're supposed to be this crazy licensed person who like makes sure that there's like zero real ammo anywhere. It's like when you're training in your house and like you're like dry firing your gun, okay? You're supposed to keep the ammo in a separate fucking room. You know what I mean? And make sure that everything's like double, triple safe. That's what you do in your house. If you're fucking running a movie with 100 fucking people on the set and doing all different kinds of jobs, and your one job is to make sure that there's no real ammunition on the goddamn set, and you fuck that up, that's fucking bad. And because I think what happened was somebody was doing that guy's job that wasn't supposed to be doing the job. Like, you're supposed to have a person who does nothing but that. And they had some fucking DEI hired girl that was doing like, a half a director or half a fucking, weapons person, some DEI bullshit. And then you got fucking reject Baldwin, Yeah. Well, I mean, that's really fucking weird. Do you think Bruce Lee and son were just cursed? Yes, I think they were cursed. I think they were definitely cursed. And it's more than just cursed. There's a bunch of things going on there. You can understand, no one makes it in the industry because they're good. They make it because they are put in that position to fulfill an agenda. Oh, I know how a catheter works. catheter? Do you know that at fetish parties, there's people who do that for fun? All I can tell you is that I've seen some shit in my days, boys. That you don't want me to. I don't want to bring you down the rabbit hole. I've seen some things. I've seen some things that you need a toothbrush for your eyes for. God damn it. Yeah, well, when I want to forget something, I sing Hop and the Gillas on myself. God. When Mr. Rogers' edition of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, he's taking us on a fucking flashback. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, brother. Well, you know, you can feel my pains. I've seen way too many of those. I've seen them in the hospitals. I've seen them at the parties. I've seen them fucking, like, you know, things I never want to say. But, like, I'm running the events. I have to, like, you know, I have to go into, like, doctor mode. You know, like, I have no, you know, it's like something in your brain flips. And it's like, you see weird shit, man. I've seen some things. I've seen some things I can't even talk about online because I don't even know what's I'm allowed to say. But you want to tell the story, man? I thought you didn't want to tell. I thought you didn't want to remember. Now you want to remember. It's like two girls, one cup. One guy shoved a fucking pencil in his dick. The floor is yours. Tell your story. Oh no, I don't know if I want to hear the rest of the story. Oh no. Please tell me he didn't rip his dick off. No, God. I don't want to know what happens next. I don't even want to know. I don't want to know. This is like fucking worse than two girls. Oh no. Well, yeah, it would hurt. Oh, it was a woman, not a guy. Oh, okay. So she should have pussy. Oh my God. Oh. Well, you know what? You know the leading cause of death is actually doctors malpractice. That's why, like, you know, like. That's why I drink whiskey and stay home and just suffer. Because if I'm gonna die from a disease, I'm just gonna die. I don't care what it is. I'm not dealing with their fucking witchcraft. If God doesn't save me, I can't do it. Yeah, just pull it out. Jesus Christ. Well, now with the AI, fuck, I'm sure AI probably has some fucking, like, you know, they'll probably come up with something to fix it. Yep. The only thing you gotta do for sciatica, it's the piriformis muscle that covers the nerve. So basically, your lower ass cheek and then there's a muscle that goes diagonally across your lower ass cheek, and then there's a nerve that comes underneath that, and that's the nerve that's pinching. You can just fucking roll it with a softball. What the fuck? Well, I mean, if you're talking about like some kind of like nerve blocking thing, sciatica's not hard to get naturally. Actually, it just the repetitive action of stupid. You can get sciatica from sitting too long. Because the sciatic nerve, once was it fucking, is it S1L5, whatever? It runs from your butt of your ass, it goes underneath the fucking piriformis muscle and then runs down your leg, all the way down the IT band and it curves around. So, it's so stupid. You literally can just roll on a softball and just release all the muscles around it. Because all that's from it's the muscles are too tight. Like I've cured sciatica with just basic bullshit. It's not a difficult thing to fix without medicine. It's actually one of the easier things to deal with. Oh, yes. Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm reading what you're saying wrong. Yes, it's definitely true. You can definitely fuck yourself up. Get all kinds of fucking weird peripheral nerve damages and shit from nerve. Like, I got peripheral nerve damage from fucking acupuncture. My friend was trying to impress me, and he fucking hit a femoral nerve, and fucking, it's just my whole fucking leg was melting. So, it's very easy to do that. It's very easy to do that. Like this whole surgery thing, I had nerve damage in my whole side of my face because this fucking surgery with the fucking dentist. They fucked me up really bad, cracked two of my teeth, and they were doing clean, cracked the teeth, and then ripped everything out wrong. Then he just went and drilled, because right after the pandemic, I was like, let me just get this done because the local world ends, and he fucked me up. Really bad. I was out of commission for months. It takes a long time. Well, all the teeth I don't have left. It was just, I went to get this, it got all fucked up. It's my whole eye. Yo, man, James, man. Nice talking to you, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna go play guitar soon and sneak a lot of so. Hey man, try that Tito's, bro. That Tito's gonna bring you to the new life. Let me know what you think of it. Yeah, I would get out of here too, listen about all these fucking things coming out of people's fucking vaginas and fucking stabbing people in the ass. See you later, James. That's all kind of fucked up. But yeah, sciatica depends on what it is. When it's just the muscle tightness, you can get results in a day. Instantly sometimes, depending on how bad it is. Damien Kogan? Where did you get that retarded name? Kogan? What kind of name is that? Normal sciatica is piriformis syndrome most of the time. Most of the time it's just the piriformis. It's just your ass is too tight. It's tight ass syndrome. So you just get shut the fuck up, you fat bastard. So you get a softball, lacrosse ball, a fucking soup can, anything hard you can sit on and rotate. You literally just roll your ass until you find out where that little nerve is, and you just keep rolling until all those muscles chill the fuck out. And stretch your hip muscle, stretch your freaking hamstring, roll your quad, you're off to the races. It's not crazy. like, because you gotta think of where the nerve sits, right? It's just underneath a bunch of muscles. There's nothing, unless you rip it. You know what I mean? Like, it's very hard to like fuck up the nerve. It's just the things around the nerve are doing something stupid. So it's like, oh, your sciatic nerve, you're doing this, and then it's like, why? Like, people have knee problems. I fixed so many people's knees in my career because I realized I said a simple thing. Your knee's meant to do one fucking thing, right? It's just do this. And when you make it do anything else, it doesn't like it. Why do other things? Because your hip and your ankle are doing something fucking stupid. So if we just handle what the hip and the ankle are doing, we can fix your knee problem by just making the fucking knee and ankle do what it's supposed to do. You know, doctors are pretty fucking stupid. Yeah, you could, you know, there's a whole bunch of things. You do the clam exercises. There's all like, you know, foam rolling protocols and, you know, myofascial releases. You know what I mean? But they'll all work. You know, you're just gonna like, you know, drill into the motherfucker. The problem with the bad, it's half of it is, you know, is mechanoception, it's behavioral, right? Where it's actually like how they're moving, what they're doing in their daily life. But that creates a muscular imbalance, and the muscular imbalance most of the times in the hip, you know, sometimes in the ankle. You know what I mean? And then many times it's both. But generally, the first place to look when you have a knee maltracking is the hip, because the hip muscles are a lot bigger. You know what I mean? And they do a lot more pulling than the ankle does. That's why I go to the hip first. The ankle second, because the ankle, like, you know, that's where you hit the ground. Okay, what's up, Matt? So, you know, when it comes to knee tracking issues, the first thing I always go to is what's your hip doing. You know what I mean? Like, you know, is your glute medius turning on and it's strong enough? You know, that's generally what it is. Like, you know, because most people don't like this all the time. So the adductors are usually like, you know, tight enough. But you'll start seeing like wobbling in the knee because the balance between the two is off. So first thing I do is say, okay, well, are you a tight ass or are you a loose ass? And then we fix that. And then teach them repatterning by teaching them how you're supposed to walk. And that's why Tai Chi is so good. Because Tai Chi, you're micromanaging every step. The problem is people they do Tai Chi, they don't do Tai Chi, they know what the fuck they're doing. They make believe they know what they're doing. You know, and then people pat each other on the fucking head and say, oh yeah, you're great, everyone's so fucking great. And you don't know the most basic fundamental thing about mechanics. And then they'll argue people on the internet who actually know what they're talking about. Because we don't wear silk pajamas. But, yeah, so you have to do, you know, repatting, you know, it's everything is lunar cycles. So you got to think 28 days to reprogram somebody to get a reprogram to set in his lunar cycle. That's just my method. 28 days. You got to think in 28-day cycles for mental repatterning. You know, physical stuff can take, you know, between 12 to 18 weeks to get a good pattern set in. You'll see results in 3 weeks. You know what I mean? You actually start to monitor the results in 3 weeks, but you know, you really look at 28 days to 6 weeks. And you know, that's from, I don't know, maybe like 150 case studies that I've done. I can't even count. Like well over 100 case studies. I just don't remember how many. Like somewhere I have an entire like suitcase full of like case studies that I've done with clients, like actual like, you know, charting and all this like, you know, fancy trainer math and medical bullshit. I just don't care about it anymore. Because most of it's useless. You know, when you understand the premise of things, you should be able to do everything like an 8-year-old. To get them looking for everything's case by case. Well, that's the thing, and you can't. Only he who sees the pit by their own heart and will transcend it. They have to want to get better, and they have to want to change. The body's going to adapt. Movement is medicine. So, you know, they want to be doing at least 10 to 30 minutes of exercise every single day. Well, that's the thing, but if that's the case, you're getting them to do it, it's fine. You know what I mean? And hold them and do the thing. Like, that's what we do as trainers. Like, like, whether you're physically holding your hand or mentally holding your hand, that's what a fucking trainer does. It's part of it's an adult daycare. Like, you're not just a trainer or a therapist, you're a psychologist and a fucking coach and a mentor. Like it or not, you have to hold their fucking hand. You know what I mean? And some people just don't have the internal motivation, discipline to do things by themselves. That's what makes sense for, separates the men from the boys. Everybody who's really good trains on their own. You don't go to the gym to go hang out with people. You've got to be able to have it on your own. Most people don't have that, which is why you have a job. So, but you want to, depending on what you're trying to accomplish on each individual client, patient, it's a case-on-case basis. You don't have anything one size fits all. But there's theories that are one size fits all. You understand? Like, who are we dealing with? Like, first of all, understanding like a walking gait and the correct patterning and how to load the legs, and that's an important thing. Are we dealing with somebody who has no stability, has like muscular, issues, and they can't fucking, even innervate the muscles? Now we have to start from like massive regressions. You know what I mean? So if they're like barely able to walk, we may have to actually build them the strength to be able to walk. So if that's the case, you have to find exercises we can do in regression where we're going to put them in a chair or in a bed and have them do resistance training in bed, right? You could bring some like bands, you could have them push against you. Like if they're really weak and they're laying in the bed, you can hold their leg and have them push against you and like resist if they come out, and then resist if they pull back, and do reps of that. You can make things up. Once you understand the premise of exercise science and then what those movements and actions will do for a normal individual, you can regress or progress them according to what you need. And that's like being a chef. And that's what separates the real trainers from the fucking Planet Fitness type of people. You know what I mean? Like, you're actually like, exercise scientists and coaches. We give exercise prescriptions. We don't just go around and say, oh, if I found 20, dude, hypertrophy is like, da, da, da. It's like, no. Like, there's a lot of shit that goes into this. But if you're dealing with people who are barely walking, like just getting them to walk is a thing, But if they're dependent on you to walk, I would say, that if they're elderly, that getting them a walker, or they have to actually help themselves, and you still assist them, but getting them in the mentality that I have to do this on my own, and then you little by little give them a stage where they see themselves progressing little by little, and they build them the confidence. Because a lot of it's psychological, How to explain this? Well, here's the tricky part. You don't want to manipulate people to do something they don't want to do, because they're just going to snap back and something bad's going to happen. It's not good karma. But if you see a person actually wants to do it, a lot of times they just need the confidence to do it, And bakalaka, motherfucker, I don't know what the fuck that means. It's an English channel. I don't come speaking fucking Chinese in your house. What the fuck's wrong with you? But no one cares how much you know until they know how much you care and how much you believe in them. And you have to be honest, like you actually, you care that they actually succeed, and you actually can see them succeeding. And you transfer that and just being honest. Now there's all kinds of tricks and trainer tricks, like, the droid you're looking for kind of tricks. And that's a little bit more complicated. But more important is to get them to visualize and see, the outcome goal. And it's like, you have to be able to, because first of all, you have to see the plan there. If you can't see the plan for yourself, like I can see, if I'm training somebody, I can make you lose 3% body fat in 6 weeks and put on 5 to 10 pounds of muscle, right? Depending on, how hardcore you go. Guaranteed 3% body fat lost in 6 weeks, guaranteed. You know what I mean? And I know this. I know how to do it for each person's body type. I know what I have to give them. I can see that end goal and tell them, when we stay on this schedule, this was going to happen. But I know it. So because I know it, they believe it. You know what I mean? It's like people are, not everybody's psychic, but everyone's psychic in a way that they can read the subtext and they know if you're bullshitting or not. And if you don't really understand that that can be done, and then you tell them, you should really do this thing, blah, blah, blah. It's gonna be like, I don't know, man, I think you're bullshitting me. You know? So the first thing as a trader is you have to believe that you can get the client there. That's the first thing. You know, because if you don't believe it, it's not gonna sell. You know? And then the second thing is just actually like, you know, listen to them and see what their goal is, and a reasonable goal that they can look forward to in the future. Like, hey, you know, wouldn't you like to be able to just be able to go to the bathroom on your own? Wouldn't you know, just have a little bit more freedom? You know, like, you know, we'll still take care of you, but don't you want to be able to go play bingo? Yeah, the doubt shows even if you think it doesn't. Even when people are convinced, the subconscious reads the micro expressions. They know. This is something that, you know, and that's why you'll have trainers who are fake and they're bullshit people, and they have a very high turnover. I had the highest retention rate in the company, in the entire country. I think in the world, actually. I had the highest, they call it overrate average, and retention. Like, everybody was like, I had waiting lists, you know? Tricks can be genuine depending on why you're using them. So like, you have to, when I say, like, you know, it's how you phrase things and the way you talk to people. There's a more optimized way to do that, which are tricks of the trade, right? But it doesn't matter if the internal you isn't genuine, because eventually it's gonna bite you on the ass. You know, it's called incongruence. They feel it, and you can sell somebody like the used car salesman, and you'll get them to buy quickly, and they'll get in quickly, but they're not gonna stay. So the trick will get them to make the move, and it'll get them in, but the trick won't make them stay. But if you use the trick and you're genuine, they're gonna stay. You know what I mean? It's a high opportunity. You can do that. That's very basic NLP, using forcing. So say like don't is negated by the subconscious and blah blah blah. You know, but it's more than that. It's not even about using like, you know, any kind of NLP kind of trick. It's more about, in a way, it is. You basically want them to be able to see it themselves. And perfect example, when you're picking up a girl, right? My teacher did it to me once. Well, if you say, yeah, so, yeah, but like, here's a little trick if you understand it. If you go talk to a chick, right, you don't go say, hey baby, I'm gonna fuck the shit out you and I'm gonna do this when you get out. You just say, I'm sure you can imagine what will happen for a loan together, can't you? And then you just change the subject. Their head will go, blah, 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 and girls are dirty, boy. You drop a line like that, and their fucking whole world is like, this guy's gonna have me tied up and fucking, you know, doing this and that. Blah, blah, blah. They're gonna be thinking all kinds of shit. And I'm like, I just wanted to play Counter-Strike. You know, but the point I'm trying to make is, the reason that works is because their imagination, their own projection creates the story, and then they become invested in their own story. You don't want them to become invested in somebody else's story. You know what I mean? And if you're going to bring them into your world, it has to become their world. You understand? That's why I'm guys giving them the fucking knowledge today. Fuck is someone texting me bullshit? Okay, how do I turn this off? There we go. Yes, because it's hers. And the thing is, it gets their own internal world working and creating the story and being involved in the story. If you externalize it, it leaves nothing for the imagination, right? Now, using this concept when you're dealing with somebody you have to motivate, you want to understand that it has to be their story. It has to be their dream. So you have to figure out how to get them to see their own dream being a possibility in real life. And if they can't see it, no one can help them. That's the secret of all the winners in the world. It's visualization. How like can you see the dream and actually go be the thing? You know what I mean? And if you're going to motivate some elderly person to learn how to walk again, they have to believe it and they have to want it. So how do they get there? They have to be able to see that I'm going to do it. I'm going to be able to go freaking walk to the car again. You know, I'm going to be able to go take a shit on my own again. You know, I want to go be able to walk to bingo. You know, or I'm going to go, whatever it is. But they have to see it and there has to be an emotion behind it. You know what I mean? So it's visualization coupled with an emotion that's their own doing, that they created. And especially in dealing with women, you want to only, deal with things that they control. Right? So if you're talking about like compliment on something they control. Don't say you have a fat ass. Say, oh, those are very nice earrings. She's not, like most girls have, well now girls you can say that because they work on their asses. So if they like you, you can say anything you want, get away with it. But my point is, you want to have something they control. If a girl doesn't work out and you comment on her ass, she's gonna be like, well, I didn't make that. It is what it is, But if you say, oh, like your hair looks nice today, that's a compliment that makes sense. It's something you observe that she controlled, So when you're dealing with a patient like that who's elderly, you got to, figure out what's in their control that you can reinforce, You're welcome, man. Yeah, you get it right. It's just practice, But it's practice being genuine. No one cares how much you know, so they know how much you care. If they don't know how much you care, they don't care what you know. And they have to believe it. So you have to believe it. You have to believe you can accomplish it. And you have to be genuinely observant about who this person is, what their goal is, where they're at, and what they can legitimately do. But there has to be a positive emotion that's coupled with this visualization. That it's going to make them happy. You'll feel great about yourself. You'll do this, you'll do that, Yeah, it's all about control, free will. Because without that, you can get them only so far. Eventually, the rubber band's going to snap back on you. It's a huge cost effect. You can convince the fucking chick, you can convince the fucking client to do it, but you can only manipulate people for so long. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's why I always tell people, it's better to manipulate yourself and get yourself in the proper context and state than to try and manipulate other people. Right? The right people will come. You know what I mean? Oh God. I don't know anything. I'm not even supposed to be talking about the fascia. Okay? What do I know? I'm just a hillbilly from the ghetto. Well, I'm glad it helps. I can tell you from working in the field for years, this is what I've done. I've had success. A lot of it. I've worked with very, very, very high profile people. I have like letters of recommendation from extremely high profile people. You know what I mean? So I can tell you that this stuff works. Don't be a jerk off, do the right thing. That's all it goes back to. Have integrity, and pay attention to the person, and just find out where the little fire is, and then go, but it has to be their fire. You know what I mean? Because if it's you, they're gonna steal you, and eventually you'll just burn out. Because you're gonna be trying to fucking pull people out of the water and pull them out of the water. Next thing you know, you're just like, ah. You know what I mean? It's better to light the candle and then move on. You know what I mean? That's the best way I can describe it. Because how is it? What do they say? Compassion shouldn't be martyrdom. You shouldn't be a fucking martyr to be compassionate. And that when you bring that down to being a trainer or whatever, you don't want to be the source of the discipline. You want to be the example of the discipline and the purveyor of the discipline, but not the source of the discipline. They have to do it. Everything's internal. So that's my spiel. But if you break that down and follow it, in that couple of years you'll be very successful. What I would suggest you look into is FMS, Functional Movement Systems. I think the website should still be the same as FMS.com. So I got certifications from them years ago, and describing what I think the kind of work you're doing. Look into that, FMS, Functional Movement Systems, and they were like the standard in the industry, like for a long time. So I don't know what's going on now because I've been out of the game for a decade, but I'm sure they're still around. I'm sure they're still on the top of the thing. I think I have 3 different certifications from those guys, and like 2 other fucking certifications from some other bullshit, and I don't even remember. It's been so long. I got my first FMS certification in 2012. So. But that, if you follow the FMS road, you'll get all the resources that'll get you cool stuff that you'll be able to use with these people. So that's what I would start off with. So yeah, that's my spiel. That's my ninja nuggets. Sunday's ninja nugget for the kids. Grandpa giving the ninja knowledge on Sunday. All right. Take a look at these fuckers. They're kind of healing. But you know what we're going to do? Guess what we're going to do? We're going to rip them off again. We're going to go rip them off again because that's what we do here. We suffer. We eat bitter. We eat bitter for the cause. Oh, you found it? Good. Yeah. FMS is the shit. Like, by far, the top tier of anything I recommend is FMS. Like don't waste your time with all the fucking stuff. Start there, and then you'll find all the good resources. The world's smallest violin, because no one cares about me and my suffering. I have a violin. I've played it only a couple of times. I can't play it. Like, you know, well, I didn't want to waste my time because the tuning of a violin is upside down from a guitar. So it's like literally playing upside down, and I can't stand it. Like it bothers me. Like it's like the ukulele. Yeah, ukulele, same tuning, and it's just upside down. It's upside down guitar. I'm like I just didn't want to deal with it at the time. But I might get back into it because it's once you get the bowing. You know, if I can get the bowing down, I can play violin. You know, because the left hand's easy. It's just doing the bow, but that upside down shit, fuck this. The fanciest collie? I don't think that means what you think it means. Slumdog Built Millionaire. Oh. You know, it's funny. In Spanglish, a coolie is a culo, like it's like an ass. But it's not what it means in American English. A coolie is a black dude. Yeah, but it's just funny because when you said collie, I'm like, a dog? And then you said coolie, I knew what you meant when you said coolie. But it just reminded me of my grandmother because when she was saying, Puerto Ricans, she said cool, coolie. Like, coolie is like this Spanglish, so it's funny. Bro, it's better than me, man. Because if I don't go in the sun for a long time, I turn white looking. You know what I mean? But then I go in the sun for 2 days and look at me, If I go in the sun, people like they don't know where I'm from. Sometimes they think I'm Russian, sometimes they think I'm Albanian, then they think I'm Mexican, then they think I'm Colombian. Nobody knows what the fuck I am. You know, depending on like how far I go outside. So I'm like, and it's so funny because like you know, like, if I don't look Taino, if I don't look like Taino to people, like you know, this Puerto Rico is fucking funny. You know, it's like there's even like people who are Puerto Rican. I'm like, you ain't fucking Puerto Rican, bro. You don't even know what you are. You're some kind of mutt. You're not black. You're not Spanish. You're a fucking mutt. I'm not in a race. I ain't going anywhere. You know, I come from a bloodline. I'm one of the last pure bloods there is. I'm an endangered species. I'm an endangered species. That's what I am. I'm one of the very last of my kind. And there's no more for me to reproduce with. Well, the Native American part of is we're actually part Chinese because that's when we come all the way back far enough. We came from the land bridge, so I'm more Chinese than I am white. I'm hesitating. My poor fingers are smashed. But I do it 30 days. I was going to take a day off, which is the smart thing to do. But who says I'm smart? I didn't get this awesome by being smart. Be stupid as fuck. Got all kinds of stupid. So there's FMS, there's the other thing I was going to tell you, I forgot the name was. But FMS is the best. There's another one, if I remember, I'll tell you. But FMS, they always have like really good resources and they'll like have like link outs to other things. What the fuck's the one that talks? God damn it, what's his name? You know what? I'm going to look it up before we go into the studio. I'm gonna look it up for you. No, there's another thing I want to show you in the what do you call it, like the rehab world. What's it called? Integrated something. Oh shit! I have the ring light is in because I did the class today. Something. What the fuck's this guy's name? They talk about how the only other people I know who talk about the same theory. I was talking about the lungs being a different size and that fucking you up. And they get really into these. This is like a theory I had years ago. And then these guys went super fucking science fiction on this shit. And they're really all about it. Like they really know their stuff. What the fuck's this guy's name? PRI, I think it is. Postural Restoration Institute. That might be it. and they're like kind of it's I think it's PRI, Postural Restoration Institute. That's a really good thing. I mean, FMS is the place to start. But if you want to get really like brainiac level geeked out, look into those guys. They are like some next level goons. So that's what I would suggest you do. Okay, let's pop this chat out. The bumble clot. Chat. This chat. Move this over here. Move this over there. Bada bing, bada boop, bada bop. Bada bing. Yeah, so Postural Restoration Institute, PRI. Look at that would be the second thing. But that's really super geek level shit. You know what I mean? It's not going to really help you what you're doing, but it's just cool to look into if you're into the medical geek stuff. But don't tell the Tai Chi guys, because I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just a fucking noob. I'm just a jerk off with long hair and a bad attitude. Oh yeah, no. These guys, when it comes down to it, like I told you, like I had the same theory that they were talking about, but they are on like science fiction levels of this shit. Like I'm like baby level, and I saw what they were talking about. Like that's the fucking thing. That's what I was talking about. You know, like these guys get it, and like how like all the nerves in your face connect to your hips and all this like crazy shit. Because there's things I was thinking about that I couldn't put into like actual language. You know, like I didn't have the science to back it up. It was just like hunches I had. And then I read this, I'm like, oh wow, these guys are legit. You know? So, yeah, definitely check that out. We're gonna get there, man. And I suck, bro. We're gonna finish burning out these calluses. Look at these. Look how, day 9, look at this. I really lost chunks of my fucking fingers for you guys. So, we're going to see how bad I am. Let a brother warm up. I just got here, bro. What's the rush? Alright, we just got here. What, you have a bedtime? Is mommy gonna put you to bed before I can fucking finish cleaning the strings and tuning it up? Shit. So that's my fingertips. The skin of my fingertips that was missing. This is my lubricant. You don't want to put it in without lubricating, you know what I mean? You gotta make sure it's nice and lubricated. Alright, and let's tune this bitch up. We'll get there, man, we'll get there. What's his fucking name? Jewish. Oh, no, it's not. It's Javai. Javig. I can't even fucking read your name, bro. Like, what's his fucking name? Javig. Okay. Javig, my brother. No doubt. No doubt, brother. I'll catch you in a bit, man. And I'm glad that this still helped you out. You see, this guy came in and said some play something, he probably just fucking left. They always do that. They talk shit and they run. Alright, man, I'll see you later, brother. Good luck. All right, kids, whoever's fucking left, and what's his name? Javig. I'm gonna see how good I am. Is the guy even fucking still here? Probably not. He says something and just run away. Fucking plug in here. laughing. The last three tracks was so cheesy. I was fucking really having trouble keeping a straight face. But I'm like, this is exercise. You have to follow the textbook. Do it right. Oh my god, I'm too sober for that shit. That funky thing, bro. Oh my god. I don't know who's watching that shit, but if you're not laughing with me, you either have really shitty taste in music or you have no soul. Because that was funny. Oh my god. I just need to stretch my legs and my back. I worked really hard today. Somebody had to laugh at that, because if you weren't fucking laughing, you weren't listening. I don't know. Right, Oppo? That was funny. It wasn't. You didn't think it was that funny? I thought it was pretty fucking funny, bro. You heard me laughing. It was. Well, you didn't. No, it wasn't that funny. I know. It wasn't that serious, Oppo. Did you approve at least, Opera? Did I do a good job at least at playing shitty music? What do you think, Oppo? What's that? Oh boy. Oh my god. Well, day 9, even though the tracks suck, I feel like I hit the ear training mark. I kind of hit the mark on it. Guys don't even entertain. I'm hurting myself for no reason. What? I know it sucked, Oppo, but that's what they gave me, and I played to it because I was a man. I was a man about it. All right. Fine. Appa said that we need to keep playing. So, the guy said it sounds good. I guess it must have been pretty decent. Those tracks sucked. They were bad. Like, I couldn't help but laugh. But good. 9 likes. That's pretty damn good, considering all the trolls that come here. I'm impressed with myself. Did anybody still even here listening to this shit? I'm plugging back in, whatever. I don't know if anybody's still living here, but sometimes these tracks they make me fucking crack up. I can't take it seriously. I hear myself, it's like so fucking cheesy 80s shit. Like dun, 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 I still want to piss myself. I mean, it's fun, but like it's just so much cheese. Oh my god. I'm gonna stretch my back and do a couple more minutes of cheese for whoever's still watching, because no one's chatting or saying anything, so I don't even know if any of you motherfuckers are here. But I'm entertained. It's fun. It's kind of cheesy, but it's fun. Oh my god. Well, someone said that was sick. I don't know what the fuck he was talking about, but at least it was entertaining. I'm not bleeding yet. Alright. Let's spray it down and do some more. Why not? Why not fucking hurt myself? But I gotta say, at least day 9, I feel like I can hear the chords right. So my progress is getting there. I figured 30 days I'll be back in shape. I can just play guitar like a fucking human. That's definitely not enough. I'm burning my hands off. You gotta stay well lubricated before I fucking hurt myself even more than I already did. Alright. Well, no one's saying anything. I don't even know if anybody's fucking still paying attention to this shit show. Fuckers. hope I don't get fucking copyright strike, whatever the fuck that was. You're welcome. You're fucking welcome, bro. Wepa! Wepa! Oh, fuck. What did this turn into, boys? Where the fuck can we go with this? I hope I don't get banned for that shit. But it was worth it. It was worth it. Yeah, that's fucked up. I never thought about playing reggaeton metalcore. What's up, Papa? Holy shit. I think that was pretty good for my first try trying to play some fucking metalcore. Fucking metalcore reggaeton. You know, reggaeton riot music. Holy shit. That was fun. What time is it? How much time do I got left? Oh my god, it's already 1 o'clock. Let me see. I got some battery left. My finger's gonna fall off. I hope that was worth it. I hope you guys enjoyed that reggaeton rendition of whatever the fuck that was. Since everybody's coming out, I'll play a little more. Even though my hands are falling apart. So this is day 9. I don't know if you guys can see how fucked up this is. But I don't know if you can see it with this shitty fucking ring light. But my fingers are like missing pieces at this point. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's gonna stretch the legs. Fuck. Alright, one more shot, one more song. Oh, are you guys sticking around for this shit show? Oh my, because I'm not gonna hurt myself if you guys ain't sticking around. That hurts. You like that reggaeton stuff? Welcome. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Alright, see what else we can find and hurt myself a little more. Ow, that was worth it. That was worth it. Yeah, Appa. You like that? Like the reggaeton? Reggaeton? You like that, Appa? Yeah. The cat liked it. What the fuck was that? Oh. Alright, one more shot, one more song. Don't say I don't do requests. I have a feeling I'm gonna get a fucking copyright strike for that shit. That's fucked. Oh my god. I've been avoiding it. we got our first noise complaint. I don't really think it was that loud. But security came by and said they got a noise complaint, but they don't hear anything. I'm like, so whatever. It is what it is. I think I did okay. I usually call it a night. Which one did you like? This one? Let's finish this. Sorry about that. So that's the first time I ever had a complaint. Some fucking security came to my door. And let's just say it that loud. Like, I lowered it. This isn't loud at all. It's like the fucking speaking volume. So it's like, I don't know what to fucking tell these people. But my fingers are fucking ripped apart. So I'm gonna call it a night. We'll have one more shot with you guys and say thank you for everybody who stopped in and gave me some likes. Cause, it wasn't that loud. I mean, because when you hear it on the stream, it's really loud, but here it's not that loud. So I don't know which new neighbor came in because I just moved. So, but the fact that they like would close security, like I'm gonna tell them to go fuck themselves. Now they got fucking beef. You could have just fucking asked me. Instead of just fucking knocking on the door like a good neighbor, you call the fucking security for fucking a loud TV, you cocksucker. Oh my god. But no, like in the house, it's like, it was a little louder than this. Which is, if I can talk over it, it can't be that loud. You know? Oh, I'm glad you guys got to fucking catch me playing too. You know, I'm glad it was worth it. I've been playing for like, how long have I been here? 4 hours. I was supposed to do an hour today, and I wound up doing 4 fucking hours. That's how it happens. But, yeah, fuck this place. I gotta move again. Should I keep going a little bit? Because this isn't, I lowered it down enough. I don't think that can't be too fucking loud. The security people came, they didn't hear anything. They don't hear anything outside the fucking door. So, they need to all go fuck themselves. We'll finish this one. You can shred. It just takes getting a guitar, getting some vodka, and playing till your hands hurt. We'll do this one again, and then we'll call it a night. And we'll do this last little bit of shred. Since everybody is happy. We already called security, and security is putting their note that they didn't hear anything. So like, what the fuck? Oh god. Okay, guys, that's it. Thanks for coming. I appreciate the support. I ripped my fingers off. I pissed off my neighbors. It was worth it. But yeah, that was that. Fucking security guard came and like this. You literally can't. Like, I was like listening to the music playing while I went outside, and you don't even hear it from the hallway. So it's either the downstairs person or the next door person. I've never heard either of them ever. So if they got something to fucking say, they need to go fuck all the way off. But anyway, it's been fun. I would love to keep going, but you know, there's a point where you have to know when to stop. It's 4 hours of me fucking going. But it was worth it. I appreciate everybody who came along. I don't know who's still here, but we did some fun stuff. I got some good practice in. And this is day 9. So the plan was to see how far I can get myself back in shape in 30 days. I'm getting there, I think. Everyone seems to be pretty supportive of the thing. So good night, everybody. I'll see you next time. Yeah, that's that. Peace out, boys.